Hello, hello, good evening. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to check the volume for this game and if it's good with me talking. Hi! How are you all doing? Actually, you would be surprised whether there's a cafe or good food in Ace Attorney. Because I am pretty sure there's some kind of, you know, restaurant thingy in the first case. So, why is the chat this small? The fuck? Sorry, don't mind me. Why is it so small? Here we go. I think this is a little better, yeah. You know what? There it goes. Just fucking. I'm just destroying everything I can. Ooh, haha. There we go. But hi! Welcome to a game I've been looking forward to for several years, that I've been thinking about playing with the fan translation back when it came out, but then I never had a chance to do it because I couldn't get my 3DS to do what you needed to, you know, play this, and I don't own any. It was available for, like, if you bought on Android, if you bought the version, but I don't have an Android phone or anything of the likes. But now Capcom surprised absolutely everyone. Hi Riv, hi, good evening. And now that Capcom has surprised absolutely everyone by actually bringing these games, it's two games actually, it's both of them in English, after the whole thing about, oh no, you mean to tell me that someone named Sherlock Holmes is in a game? You cannot do anything with that due to the copyright issues you get with the name fucking Sherlock Holmes. I have never read a single Sherlock Holmes book, and like at this point I really don't want to anymore, because all I ever hear about is like, oh, you cannot use Sherlock Holmes or anyone anywhere because fuck you, that's why. I'm just like, it's just a name, it's just some guy, everyone knows him, like, the fuck, why can I not use that name? Well, anyway, there was just lightning outside, so if there's a, oh yeah, there's probably going to be a storm later on. Fun times. We are going to be playing this game blind. Like, completely blind for once. You know, I always play games like for the first time on stream, but like, I never really play them blind. Because I am one of these people that always look up stuff for the games they play. It's like, I cannot play a game without a guide somewhere, or like having read about it before and going, oh, what do I have to look out for? I just cannot do that. I don't know why. Just who I am. Also, please don't mind me. I have some chalky milk with me today, and it's amazing. It tastes really great. So tonight's hydrate is probably mostly chalky milk and then some water. I have no clue how this will go. As in, I plan on playing this game for a very long time today, but this game does not have voice acting. This is, they don't have, the Ace Attorney games don't have voice acting, aside from, you know, how they shout out stuff, like the objection stuff, that kind of thing, but they don't have any other voice acting, which means I get to read everything. So we will see how long my voice will be able to do that for. Also my brain, I don't know. I don't know how long the introductory case is. I have very little knowledge of the first case. Like, that's literally the only thing I know about this game. Like, I once saw like half of it with the fan translation, and that's it. So we're all going into this blind. If you're not going into this blind and just will watch me going into the blind, please no spoilies. Oh, I could put the no backseating tag on. Oh well, whatever. Oh my god, thank you so much. What? Why can I? Have you thrown some money you for why say? Thank you so much. I will gladly accept it. Thank you. Hello, good evening. How are you? How's the sound for you guys? I think it's good. It's like it's not too low, it's not too high, too loud. Seems fine. Okay, that's good. That's good. If anyone cannot hear anything or whatever, sound is fine. You're fine, thanks. I'm also fine. I'm very much looking forward to playing this game tonight. I am so looking forward to it. I am guessing the kanji in the background means something like prosecution and defense, but I cannot read them. I think the coolest thing about this game is how you can play either of them. Like, you don't necessarily need to have completed the first one to play the second one, but obviously we want to play the first one. No. I should have maybe wrote down which buttons I need to press, but we will see about that. Oh! Maybe there is voice acting, what? I'm up for a wild ride. Ooh! I'm looking forward to it. I'm very much looking forward to it. Dog! There's a dog! There's a dog! Oh, but white subtitles without anything around them, please. People, make better subtitles. Huh? Excuse me. Excuse me. Sir, why do we have a gun? Isn't this Japan? Wait, what's that era called? Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Bienvenue au la Carnival. Carnival. I don't know. I don't speak French. Don't come for me. I will never speak French in my life. Case 1 to 4, you are the murderer. Oof, you called me. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Maybe I should have looked up some more words and how you pronounce them, because I've never had to pronounce them out loud. I always read them in my head. Case 5, inside Sabi I used to know. Somebody that I used to know. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Okay, what buttons can I press? What G is options. Oh, you can save anywhere at any time. That's very nice. Confirm is with space. Cancel is with Z. Oh, is that a different? Oh. Okay, it works with Y on my keyboard as well, though. That's good. Oh, we'll be fine. I'm just gonna press buttons. Oh, enter does the same thing. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. What's happening? Did you shoot somebody? Are we playing a murderer? No, we're not. We're innocent. We're always innocent. No links rule. Oh, it's fine. The somebody that I used to know meme, I know that one, but like, obviously I have a no links rule, but if you tell me about it and what it is, it's fine. I just don't want anyone just coming in here spamming something that I don't know about. Or like, where I don't know the link. You know, not everyone is a nice person on the internet, sadly. Somebody I used to know with the aliens. Hold on. With the aliens. Okay. I'm gonna have to look at that later on. But now, ooh, excuse me, I just lost my headphone. There we go. How can a reader just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber? Is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? Oh, isn't there an option to make it so the writing appears immediately? What? Oh, no, not... Wait, is there an option to make the... No! Please tell me there is, because I'm gonna die otherwise. There's not? Wait time? No? I guess not. No? If I accidentally skip text because I try to make it appear immediately, I'm so sorry already. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at it later. Save your glares, murderer! What? Sorry. I'm not a murderer though. Ryunosuke. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Naruhodo! Yeah, what do you know, huh? What do you know? The way text shows is quite important. I know, but I'm a fast reader. I'm a second-year student at Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. It's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer. Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Why do you have a sword? Also, I've been wondering... Where's the wind coming from, right? How does it work? That's his aura. He's like, I'm this powerful. My ribbon or headband or whatever exactly it is can just move on its own. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how court officers should behave. He moves and using his mighty energy. Ryunosuke. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Oh, Ryunosuke is one of these people that says sorry all the time. I know that feel. It's like, you say sorry and someone else says, oh, you don't need to apologize, and then you go, oh, I'm sorry! Ah. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha. There you go again, apologizing. Kazuma, huh? Just like always. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? I sure hope not. Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Nice, thank you. At least one person here. Kazuma Sogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. Can you read my thoughts? Or did I say that out loud? What? The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yeah, so this one actually does play in like full-on Japan, unlike normal Ace Attorney, where it's like this interesting combination of Japan and America. I'm guessing. Well, I know we leave Japan pretty early on in this game, but like, first case in Japan, rest is in London. Oh, okay. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. I feel like people will definitely simp over Kazuma. He looks like he would be simped over for. Yes, that's when all this started. Simpable. Yeah, look at him! Can I hide the text box? No. Oh, wow. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. He is nice, my booba. The booba. The love is stored in the booba. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Ah, so that's... See, I was right. That's how he moves the ribbon. Main prosecutor and detective father. Oh! He will carry the wind everywhere he goes. He always brings a gust of fresh air with him. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Asuya Kazuma, ace anime protagonist. Yeah! But he's not the protagonist. Dun dun dun! Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Oh, a Western restaurant. Oh yeah, there's a oh god, there's a storm Oh, I'm seeing lots of lighting outside. If you hear a crash in a second, that's the storm. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Partner! Partner. There he goes. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. That's when I shot a guy. Dun dun. Asogi, may I have a word? Hi! You are very cute. Who are you? Oh, not you. Sorry, I'm not into old man. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. What? To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. Hello. Hey, Weird. Hi. Good evening. I shall accompany you. Also, please don't mention that I am kind of trying to differentiate the voices a little, but yeah. Yeah, how are you? I'm good. I hope you're good as well. I am so pumped for this game. Alright then, Ionosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Oh my god, I just wanted some fresh air, not... There's a storm coming. You want to check this game out? Then you're in the right place. We literally just started. Nothing has happened yet. This is awkward. Yeah. Ah! If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yuji Mikotova. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotova. I've heard the name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Oh, so he's a good guy. totally gonna spoil myself. Hey, it's okay. It's okay, we literally just started. Asogi's told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Yeah? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Oh, having a small brain is not being afraid of being spoiled because I will probably forget by the time I play the game. It's okay. It's okay. I hope everyone brought their one single brain cell so we can all suffer together. My one brain cell is ready to suffer. No checking wiki before ending game. Yeah, that makes sense. Do not check wiki. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm just gonna stop looking outside my window because, like, I just saw an ambulance drove by and that is not good. One brain cell, that much. Yeah, I scraped everything together. I scraped everything together for this game. Okay, wait, why would he lose his... What? No, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I might have brought 2 brain cells. Can I still... Oh, keep one of them. Keep one of them on the back burner, you know, in case we need it. But good on you for bringing 2 brain cells. Damn. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Oh? He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. Believe it! But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. Yes?
Ich hab ja gesagt.
Right, sorry about that. My mom just came home. Sorry. But she got a haircut and she had to show me. And it's very nice. Yeah. Hello. Sorry about that. Sorry. She was like, oh, I'm sorry, you're live, but I have to show you my hair. Typical Ace Attorney is guilty until jumping through 500 hoops. I mean, to be fair though, it's always been guilty until proven innocent in these games, and never innocent until proven guilty. So we're always the one on the bad side. Till I said she gotta bring a haircut, I will. I will. Oh my god. Okay. Excuse me. Back to game. We don't even have any background music anymore. That's how long it took. You see, there's certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. Oh my god! Defense with a C! English spelling, I hate it. Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, I know. Gross. Well, this game, most of this game will take place in Great Britain, so we're gonna have to get used to it, I guess. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I'm sorry. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not... Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Is the question going to be, detect this man, Kazuma Akasugi, as your husband? Yes! Immediately! It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. Okay, yeah, my one single brain cell is already failing. I have no clue what that word is, but it's probably something like, I don't know, complicated or... So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Am I going to be my own defense lawyer? Is that what you're telling me? Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Jesus Christ, I'm moving. Okay, I'm moving. I'm moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. It means secretive. Oh! Why didn't they just write that then? This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. But I didn't do it! And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Fucking British always have to be pretentious. Though this guy is still a Japanese man. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. You are my destiny. Wait, what song is that? 22nd of November, 9 AM, Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. I didn't kill that person, so trust me, bro. So this is the courtroom. Oh my god, his eyes. He's like... The Supreme Court of how do you hold on. Judicature? How do you pronounce it? Because I'm making a fool of myself, aren't I? Pronunciation. I can type. Pronunciation. Judicature.
Judicature.
Judicature. Judicature. Judicature. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. Okay, good for them. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in a public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Yeah, I was about to say, they all look like military men. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? I'm not that important. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Hee hee! That's pain! That's the judge! Very healthy bed this time. Hmm? The court will now hear the trial for Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
Just look like the Giga Chutney. Oh no! I know this is anime novel, but who carries a katana in court? Well... he's just that cool. As is a defense. Ouchie sounds like that because pain always sounds like that as well. So I'm going to be doing my best impression. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? They really want me to be my own defense attorney? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Well, I'm gonna answer I do, right? I'm gonna do it. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes? Excuse- what? Uh-huh. What's the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... what? He has the same reactions as our good old judge. Love that for myself. Love that for him. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotova told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. Well, no what? On the other hand, it's like... okay, so you don't trust Kazuma to win? Is that it? Why wouldn't he win? You know you're innocent. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me yet.
That's what I'm saying.
You think I won't be able to get you off? Get it to give me sweet content, yeah? Kill me. No, it's not that really. It's just it's not. Huh? He can get you off. Is that it? Good thing. My streams are 18+, right? Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotova shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Am I allowed to watch if I'm actually 10? If you think you're ready. I cannot tell you what to do. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Oh yeah, I'm... The good thing is he only shows up for the first tutorial trial, so it's not like it's going to kill my voice, right? Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh! Yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. How's that even legal? Well, I mean... in this case, lawyers have literally just been established, so I'm guessing they don't really have the entire thing set in stone yet. I don't actually know if it is legal to defend yourself in a court of law in the real world. I have not been to court. Hopefully I never have to. It's not? No? Okay. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Yeah, I can see how he's supposed to be one of Phoenix's ancestors. You can't even be a lawyer if you're a witness. Oh. You can defend yourself here if you can't find a lawyer. I don't know what it's like here in Germany. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
I'm laughing at myself making that voice. You say that yes if the judge deems you competent in what? Okay. But you have to be really confident in yourself to try and defend yourself. You can't represent someone calling you don't pass exam for a lawyer. Honestly, that does make more sense. As you no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very high standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency! It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Didn't write pass exam to be an account. Oh. Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that because it's not yet a button on the screen. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. You just have to press E for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. Oh, okay. Ooh! This is just literally just a Larry Butts case. I mean, we have to get started somehow. This is the evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. Wait, let me read what this says first. University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yumeiko University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Oh, am I not allowed to switch? Okay. You find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press C to go back. Kazuma Sogi, 23. We're almost the same age. Whoa! Sogi, what the hell are you talking about? What button? We are Kurt. Yeah. Second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, qualified defense lawyer as well. How do I switch people? Or do I click them? Oh, I have to click them. I'm sorry. I have to click them with my mouse. Yuji Mikotova, 42, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Aochi, 51. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, 47. The victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yuma University from the British Empire. John H. Wilson. Okay. Is that already a play on funny words that I don't understand? John H. Wilson. John... No. I mean, at least I don't... I can... But to be fair, I barely ever understand the funny jokes. Oh, gee, the sound you make when heard. Yeah!
Ouch.
So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Okay, thanks. Also, thank God there's the button prompts down there. Like pain. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now. Okay. R. Hi! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
It just sounds similar to Watson. Oh, okay. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. Oh, because he died on foreign ground? Or he was murdered on foreign ground, is that it? The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil.
Oh, sorry. Went a bit too hard there.
You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides you education. Have you no honor?
Bloody hell, they made this crime British in it, bro. I do. Listen, I do not know how to make any kind of British dialect. I will, and if I attempted, you are going to skewer me alive. But it didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? You're doomed. Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yeah, I know. I saw a bit because I saw an interview of someone who was working on the translation, how they, chose to make it both characteristically English but also still understandable for. And I'm just like scared for my life. Like, oh, I'm not that confident in accents, so we will see. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. You should be brown. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Partner. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. Maybe then you wouldn't be framed for murder. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Kabim!
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Partner, if he was proper British, he would have said me to bro. Well, I mean, these people are not British, we're still in Japan. State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously, that was, Dionosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Why can I... Oh, space? Victim John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death 19th November, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Okay, good to know. I want to present...
Hi!
Ah, well. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Let you read, you imbecile. That's a post-mortem report. I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. Oh, you there, you got a license for the gavel. I can't have you swinging around. You're under arrest by the awful Queen Enemy.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the court. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. The photographic print that shows the victim he was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Oh, okay.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better price the cover of the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotova? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He never said he couldn't be the assistant! Just saying hi, as I'm also currently playing. Hi! Good evening! Did you also just get started, or are you, like, already further in? He really has been slicking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Already at enough to trial? Ooh. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. No, he has... The headband has to always be going off. Will be boring otherwise. It is. I love the music in Ace Attorney games.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hozonaga. Satoru Hozonaga. Okay. I'm the head waiter at the Western style restaurant called La Carnival. You're bleeding? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Bro, I am I am kidding this motherfucker. It's like, it's every time friends ask me, oh, are you alright? I'm just like, oh, this is regular. This is something that happens every time I say on stream, oh, sorry, just a second. My arm is bleeding or all of you guys are like, what? Why? I'm just like, that's a regular occurrence. It doesn't bother me. They should check the air vending in this room. Because it was amazing, David saying. Well, it really, really should.
As everyone knows, the capital southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. Mate, should maybe get that checked. Maybe. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. An accidental eatery 3 days ago.
The cases to solve. You do that. You solve those cases. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. I like his design though.
Bye bye, mwah!
At once, sir.
And now petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. I have hiccups. The lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. No screen just constantly heard yourself question, well, fine. This is on the other end. Yeah, coughing up blood. Yeah. Thank you so much for the biddies. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. What the fuck is a crockery? A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. Careful, Nude. If the witness did something bad, you're also suspicious. I mean, I'm always suspicious. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hi! Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, weren't you just told to not interject? I didn't shoot him. See, that's why I make that voice for him.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness report of what he saw, you amateur.
But... British for dishes, kinda. The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Yonosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
Are you using that same towel or dish rag or whatever it is to also, wait tables with? I sure hope not. That has to be against some kind of safety regulations if you work in a restaurant. No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Yonosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Ah! There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I feel warned about interjecting, but still... I mean, we have to say something, right? If there was another person sitting at the same table... Hi! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Okay, that's...
Too much.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. That wasn't a yes or no question, that was an or question. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Huh? How is that card... What? He just drew 1x on the card. But there were like several other people in the Huh? Okay. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. He drew the red X with his blood. Ooh. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court office at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Oh. Bro, would you like some water? The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. Please get that man some water!
So, the court has now heard a precis of the case.
Yes, at the moment a gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. We are not! It's calling to death, yeah. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
Wait. You got this guy to come and be witness, but like not be sworn in, just telling everyone what he saw. And he was like, oh, there wasn't anyone close to the victim aside from Naruhodo. And there were like few other people in the room. But suddenly, if you call me, oh, you want to pursue it, you're like, oh, we have several other witnesses who saw this happening. But they're not worthy to mention that they were in there? No? Is this game a prequel? It's, it actually does not have anything to do with the other games in that sense. It's like, this plays several eras before, before the normal Ace Attorney with Phoenix Wright, and Naruhodo is like, something of his ancestor or some such. That's happening. Thank you for the 100 time. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? Well, obviously we're going to object, right? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty or one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Well, if you're not guilty, why the fuck would you plead guilty? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotova said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Ooh! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we see just how decisive this evidence really is. Oh, he's doing it! He's doing the pose!
Nice.
Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Yeah, you're devil for my throat.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Prosecution calls his next witnesses.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. This game originally came out in 2015? I think? In Japanese, so it's already been a few years, actually.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial's Army Surgeon, yes, sir, no, sir. Reporting for duty, sir. Yes, sir, no, sir. I see. Myself, I find employers to purvey of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. Then conduct my trade from Rasate, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio correcta. Curio correcta. Oh, are you kidding me? At your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. Yeah, I already fucked up doing the same voice for him 2 times, so I give up. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich cliente. Right, I see. Although to be honest, that surgeon looks more like he'd be the seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was a black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. Yeah, they're both pretty wild for first witnesses ever. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during the last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier's claiming that he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Big mood. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Of a what now?
Please. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particular fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilians, and from the back the cowardly little weasel. Wait, what? The back? I was on my hands and knees investigating. You know what? I'm just gonna read them out the normal way because, like, I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Oh, did it drop down? Did it fall down? Well, so you, Sergeant Nossa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy! What is that sound? Why do you have a knife? Hello?
What's you got there? A knife?
No! What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Why did he bring a knife into the court, right? Like, hello? By leave? Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. He looks ready to step someone. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Coffee. Ew, coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Why would you pick up a gun that's lying on the ground? I thought perhaps that the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up...
Bang! Boom! A child.
Well, if that's true, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. I'm going to look, not feeling too well right now. Okay, you take care. But I know the vaccine is... If the vaccine hits you, take care, okay? There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine. Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. It does? Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Hi. I love how he puts his arm out, just like... What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects.
This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Yeah, at least one of you is. Your life is on the line. Shouldn't you try to stand up for yourself a little more? Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let her beat you.
That's slap.
Kazuma goes in just like boom.
And Ryunosuke does just like slap.
Alright then, it's all or nothing.
Dumba.
You can do it. Okay, how does it work in this one? What the witnesses saw. Do I have to listen to them before? Ah, okay, wait. I can press Q to press them and E to present stuff. Okay. Can I switch to... How do I switch to that through the text? Can I go back and forth? Any? Ah, with A... Ah, with A and D I can switch between the text. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. The black uniform was from the back. No, it's not from the back. We saw that photo, right? It's from the front. There's stuff on his jacket there. So how do I press it or do I present it? How do I do it? Ah, I use A and D to switch to these. Okay. Hi. Well, stop talking, boy. Yeah? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I love it. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating.
Boom!
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. That is a clear discrepancy here with the surgeon's statement.
What?
Surgeon, yes sir, no sir.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military grade eyes, sir. Alright.
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Why is there a child on your back? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on a delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What?
The last testimony the court heard was proved one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Achievement unlocked. Inconsistency seer. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. Woo! I didn't know this game had achievements. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Oh, there we go. We can stop the game now. We had the name title drop. But it definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing a firearm directly at the victim's back. But it never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure. Indeed, the Hoyera Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, the Azote, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. One day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoi treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The command vanished. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
Boom! A gun.
You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoi treasure.
Nothing could distract me.
I'm sorry. You hear a gunshot while you are on the ground and it does not interest you, it does not make you scared or maybe look to see what has happened? Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoi Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Oh. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Remember, this is Ace Attorney, people here do be like that, that's true. Nevertheless, the witness testimony Curtis just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. The British! It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Oh, very not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
The British. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there's only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Hanaruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? The
despicable little man.
Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. Oh, no, that's not what... I'm sorry. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? It's clear as critical glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Yo, can you deal with your child? Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nossa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name? Idol. It would seem no straps are a sign of the surgeon being too strapped to afford a nanny. Idol. Attention! Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. idle tension. Why is he scaring his baby? No, his baby's happy, I think. True culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't a precise moment the fire was discharged, it's almost the same thing. It's literally not. Yes, pointing his gun to the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only person present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at this table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
This is a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Consul. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. You can literally clear a table? Or maybe the other person did not eat? This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Photographic print of a crime scene photograph. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. A bottle of water? Bottle of water? Which rules? You're trying to reach verdict and witnesses along with no definitive evidence. Yeah, that's not really following rules. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Oh, they definitely saw her. They're all just hiding it. Pretty sure. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. British woman, mayhaps. It would seem that we'd be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. They do?
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh in a treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. I'm not. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Listen, I'm going to take as long as it fucking takes, bro.
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Says you! What do you mean they're unbending? They're literally bending for you right now. True culprit. Ah! Whoa! I wanted to click inside the game, not outside. Even what I saw wasn't a precise moment of fire was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun to foreign man, he was a young Lamaja myself did see. Furthermore, visual search at the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only person present. What do you mean, you searched? You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
As you've been pens to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing callous in my awe. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 PM when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I think it's a pretty good time. It's when I usually eat breakfast on weekends. Well, breakfast might be a bit too nice. It's like I've been awake for a few hours and then I go to maybe eat something. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at the time of day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hotter Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. The Hotter Clinic, are you kidding me? 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence because it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yes!
Hi! Hi!
If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
Just because?
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to this arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Yeesh. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing
Excuse me? Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. A medical report from the clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Oh no, a boomer! Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused Korikta-san.
Korikta-san. I swear to fucking God, Korikta-san. Oh my god. Okay, wait, can I don't want to present anything. I want to look at the medical report, actually. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
Well, maybe not yet.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Yeah.
Just a second, I need to sit down differently. Let me see the medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the arrow keys. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD. Can I just click on it? Can I just click on where I want to go? You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, let's see what I can do. I need to use the arrow keys, blah 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 blah, to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Can I not just... Ah, okay, I can literally just use the mouse to do all of this as well. Ooh, okay, yeah, okay, it's a bit fucked if I use the mouse, but I can do it. Yeah, you can... I just have to press the left button and then I can go wild.
Meow.
Okay, it's a bit... that was a bit too much, but I'll take it. Name, Mr. John Wilson Hotter Clinic. Ah, and a double click lets me do this. Okay, that's good. Maybe I should play this game with the controller, but I just have a mouse. It says Hotter Clinic on his medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though it felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Having called only once must be an achievement, right? I think most people would definitely have more than one clue. Dentist! It's a dentist! Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Achievement unlocked, healthy curiosity. That's so cute. Okay. Can I open it? Ah, I can. I want this guy's immune system, me too. Okay, what's all this then? Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar. You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Wait. If he just had a tooth removed and he went... Hold up! If he went to the dentist to get a tooth removed and he only left that at like 1? Shortly after 1? He would not be allowed to eat something for an hour at least. And I don't think someone who literally just got a tooth removed would eat a steak. Is it actually legal to look at them? I mean, the guy in question is dead. And it was submitted as evidence to the court, so I'm guessing it is legal? I like doctors, they keep me off work if I'm dying. Huh? Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note for the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure! Until anesthetic effects have passed. See, for 3 hours! There's no way he would have eaten a steak. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. With this new information, the meaning of the one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Oh, absolutely! So where is it? Famous is almost the same thing. Once again. For the moment, huh? Alone, he was dining all by himself. Well, I don't think he was dining. So do I present this one? Is that what I do? No. Yes? Music stopped? Sounds good. Well, I think, but what are you reading, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on the words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Deep breaths, you can do it! Correcta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement.
Hello, TK. Good evening.
Something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgot my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You're not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But...
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may have not done before that time is completely irrelevant. It's not! It is not! Just let me finish talking!
But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there's no one else besides his pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated a crime.
Oh! This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which is the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted?
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia was off.
Wait! No, that can't.
Correcta-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, has just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Oh, nice, nice. We're getting somewhere, finally. Expertly done, partner.
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak.
Beef sticky.
I like how he's told to use fancy words and then he talks more swole. Yeah, it's like, okay, just say what you want to say, and he fucking starts going off. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Yes. Counsel. Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this triangle around. Show them what you're made of. Oh, I will.
I'm made of candy floss.
Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me, an as yet unknown third party. Yes. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Indiana! You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Oi! There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on this table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, whoa! We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Ooh. Kazuma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand.
What?
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Lying under oath? Ooh, lying under oath. Lying under oath is not a good look, you guys. What happened to my sound? The fuck? Hold on. What happened to my sound? I was trying to see if I can maybe use a controller, but as soon as I put a controller in, the sound stopped playing, so that's not what I wanted to do. Hello? Oh, okay, it's back now. The fuck? Formal complaint while holding a sword. Yeah! You will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Oh my god. Complicit in murder? No! Yeah, I'm gonna use the controller. Ooh, the controller vibrates. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman, that's what they, told us. Ooh. Oh. What? What did you just say, correcto-san? No. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad, I was, say you never saw a gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? What? What is the meaning of all this? Oh, I forgot his.
These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair?
Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Ooh. Order, counsel. Explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
It's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't... This can't be happening. Leonosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. Okay. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god.
Oh, to every Shinto god.
I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Do you? Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... him, right? He's literally the only other person we have here. Satoru Hosonaga. Maybe? Can I... oh, no, that's... Can I not examine anything? Do I have to name a person right now? Oh, the button prompts are wrong. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Why are the button prompts like this? Oh, it's a... ah, the button prompts are for Microsoft controller. I don't have that. I don't have an Xbox controller. Magnifying glass.
Ooh, look at that. Magnifying glass.
This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. I think I should have done that before, but we're just gonna do it right now. Remember the first case was just about a break-in and end murder? Yeah, I remember. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly. And that's not all. Look, here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. That... I cannot read that. Ah yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Leonosuke. Entrance. Kitchen. Ah, okay. Okay, can I turn this around? Yes. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau? Huh? Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job... oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Nice! I should have probably done that before claiming it is him, but we did it. Hosonaga-san, the waiter took the stand earlier.
Indian! Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. Oh, are you sure about that?
For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were...
Come on, Ryonosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
His business card. Hi!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. Just say the front. I beg your pardon? Oh, perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail. Just tell him to turn it around! Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Just turn the fucking card around, bro! Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but it's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. I still have hiccups. Jesus. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Wait, who just said hold it? Oh, him. Hi. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Well, maybe you should not sketch stuff like this on your business card then if you want to keep your identity secret, So remember now, he did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? Probably the guy selling his... curiosities. Right? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court? Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. if that is indeed true. Clearly, you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this at a diner, therefore I'm led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency.
A posture check, thank you. Unbelievable.
As I suspected.
Bang.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. Das Chumin Han is gay. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the English woman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. Sounds kinda suspicious if you ask me. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Poor Aochi. I almost feel sorry for him. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett? No, I have no clue what that's a reference to. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yuma University's medical faculty.
What is happening here, huh?
Oh, he's tall. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. I'll call her to the stand. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Hi! You want the Uwu voice for 2 minutes? Okay, you get the Uwu voice for 2 minutes. Time to let the judge talk in Uwu voice. Also, how are you? Ugh! Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Never thought I'd say this, but I would see sounds cute, yeah. Caldwell adjourned briefly. The prosecution was called the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Does anyone know what kind of name that is supposed, like, what is that supposed to be fun for? Because, I do not see how it is, a funny name joke. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good, then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Court is adjourned. Bam 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 bam. Bam bam bam. Do 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 do. I need a pan bag after playing Spirit of Justice. Oh yeah. I haven't finished Spirit of Justice yet, actually. I started it 3 years ago and I have never finished it. 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Anti-Chamber 5. Okay. Normal voice. We're back to normal voice. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ah ha ha! Ah ha ha ha! Ah ha ha! What a good joke. Ha 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 ha. Trust in me, believe in me. Pure salot. Really nemo. Really nemo. Really nemo. I want today. Oh. The last one is not a person, it's just me suffering. I want today. I mean, this game is already pretty good at the few ones that I have realized or recognized. Anyway, it looks like we exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powerful observations are one thing I'm sure of. Ace Attorney and its partners will never get old. I mean, I love them. I'll say I'm very proud of the localization team for finding these puns. Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was too busy picking up a gun. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up... BAM! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. First taken by the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shot in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Hi! Professor Mikotova. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I'm too far away to actually move. I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in our restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he saw the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain and a well-known war adept. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman who's involved in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you, pal, will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. It's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Oh! Defender Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Yeah! Let's go! Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Aww. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. I love the music so much. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. They kept honorific in some... Yeah, it's... 22nd of November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2! We're back, baby! The court hereby resumes the trial for Hironosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Uchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. There's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Because of one trial? Bro! If it turns out it's the English woman who killed him, then goodbye to that treaty anyway. You come into my ground, you kill some guy from your own country? Bam! Again, terribly sorry. if the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Inosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's options, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped that rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in.
Oh? Thank you for the hurry time.
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's no one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. You are very right, boy. Well said, Inosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with a new witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Oh my fucking god, what are you? $10 on OT also losing his head at some point? Yeah, I would bet on it. Maybe his top knot is fake.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Inosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. A homosexual! He's like, woman. I'm not interested in that woman.
1 + 1 is 2, quick maths. So, dear lady, once again, if you may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Aha!
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but...
What? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful English of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand what you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up. This is what English sounds like, yeah. Exactly, it's like... As far as I can tell, the detective was translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'd obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. English doesn't ratchet you at all, does it? No, you've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if he may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Just woke up to Kazuma. Day saved. Booba. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. When you have to kill your professor at 9 but have a presentation at 10. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. What the fuck are you wearing? Ma'am! Order! Order in court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
We do not? Who the fuck builds a case on just witnesses' statements? Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. How do they let you into the courtroom with a katana? Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Please tell me I don't have to read the witness testimony the same way. Firstly that, secondly nobody actually understood her. How can they be sure it's the untranslated? Right! A frightening and sorrowful sight. Thank you for the sub! My attorney isn't great, but just above average. Just above average attorney. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Why do I feel like someone like her would not eat a beefsteak? After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. What? Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Yeah, right. You're not even showing us your face, bitch. Hey! What? No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this Snow White Angel. I'm sure even a dog-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Our current point of view is that this guy already committed perjury, so why does anybody even allow him in this court? Because he's a high-ranking guy in the police, and that absolves him of anything, apparently. You're still making the same mistakes, Ionosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brad was not involved, so I let her go. She was sitting with him! How is she not involved in his literal murder? In his literal fucking murder. I am going to fucking cry. No, that's not. No. Sorry about that. No! Why is the chat like this? Here we go. Nope. Here we go. Ah, fuck it. I have to fix that. Why all prosecutors and judges constantly so fucking horny? I don't carry a gun, so I couldn't be the killer. Yeah, and she's like, oh, we took the professor's gun, but she couldn't have been a killer because she doesn't have her own gun. Well, I don't have my own gun either. I'm pretty darn sure that Pain and Aoichi are related the same way that the Ryunosuke is an ancestor of Phoenix. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. The hat? Her dress? You're telling me you look at that hat and you are telling me she couldn't possibly conceal a gun on her person? Hello? Anyone home? I don't carry a knife. Doesn't stop me from picking one up and just eating it, right? I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in an outfit if she wanted to eat. That's what I'm saying. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Okay. Undress. Nah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. Ryunosuke and Phoenix certainly sure, yeah. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull a testimony apart. Oh, hell yeah, let's fucking go. But for me to do that, I need to... That's not what I wanted to do. I want... Please? There we go. No. Jesus Christ. No! Sorry about that, I'm almost ready. There we go. Let's go! Ensure the specific location. My cousin's not big enough for that. It's illegal to cover your face in code. Well, listen, I'm just gonna throw everything out the window. Whenever I play Ace Attorney, it's just like, yeah, this doesn't seem right, but I'll just accept it. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. It still feels weird that defense is written with a C. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Alright. Frightening and sorrowful sight. I arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Can I press you on that? Hi! He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Japanifornia laws are interesting. Yeah! Was must spread away of the fact. It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. Calioto, California. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
Slander Lyoto. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Wait, what? Oh, anything but water. Okay, sorry. Okay. I was like, wait, was he allowed to drink? Wait, he was. They each raised a glass of carbonated water, but there's only one glass of water on the table. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. Slap. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
Yeah, tell him, Ryunosuke. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
We'll sidestep counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Can't you repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony? Gladly, she said. Oh, I don't trust this girl one bit. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. He looks so... he looks so disappointed! I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Uh-huh. But there's only one bottle. Here, there's only one glass of water there. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Never trust the British. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says.
Squish.
Well, that is... It's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's a cheers. I'm sorry.
The cheers.
Oh, hold on. I think I should stop doing Ouchie's voice. Oh, I'm not going to last. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not one. That's what I'm saying. Also, I think the storm is over, so I can safely open my window again.
Yeah. Fresh air.
It's not pain if it's not. He's not doing his pathetic Einspruch. Sounds like a dog sweeter. Well, his Igiyari also sounds pretty pathetic. That's why I'm doing the voice like this. But it's getting on my throat. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Idiotic. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over miniature? Miniature?
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop doing his voice. Has no energy either. I don't know. I have the Japanese voices on. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Higiari. Kazuma's voice has some real nice depth to it, like Higiari. Miniature, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Ma'am? Good gracious. How does that make sense, you stupid bitch?
Sorry.
I'm beginning to think the gunshot wasn't even the cause of that. Honestly, he was probably poisoned. He was probably poisoned, and then they shot him afterwards to, you know, blame it on Ryunosuke and make it look like it's someone else. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in a state of disarray? Fancy font to represent English. High English sounds like wingdings, not cursive. Getting some Hawthorne vibes from her so would fit. Honestly, I liked her way more though. Like, obviously she was evil, but like, at least she was fucking going with it. This one is just... that's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you're now going to accuse of this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? I'm accusing her of murder, actually, not mischief. Mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. If she doesn't have any pockets on her beautiful fucking dress. I'm gonna accuse you of innocent behavior soon. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Oh, so you don't have any pockets, but suddenly you have a handbag, ma'am. Why didn't you tell us about that any sooner? Yeah, we don't have an autopsy report. We just have some guy look at it and they see a gunshot wound and they're like, yeah, he probably died due to the gunshot. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by a well-to-do woman in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. It sure fucking does. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. It's the fault of the genes from the woman's eye. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. No. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No. Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, it's the handbag. Like, man, I could do a better investigation. I get all my knowledge from this serious escape conduct. That's all you need. Wait, the lady put the glass in a handbag, you say? Yes, to try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Small items such as guns. Let me see, a little while ago Miss Pratt stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was a handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You know what I really like about the Ace Attorney art style is how they actually have pronounced noses. And not just... I mean, especially in the 3D models, but like... They don't just have dots as noses. I mean, I love just dots as noses, look at me. But I love it because it really fits with the art style. It's like, Ryunosuke doesn't just have a very small nose, but he has this funny little nubble. He's just looking at this, he's probably, ah yes, the best team of investigators in County Kuropa, yeah. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Mr. Albrecht's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Pratt's handbag.
No! No, he says. Oh, you're going to be screaming.
No, a bunch of more times. Order, order, order! What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aochi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? I don't know if they had ballistic markings at the time. Whoa, bro! Are you okay? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Oh? Unnecessary in what way? I want to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Pratt's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. Barely. Ha ha, you could do them barely. Oh my god. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the hate of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. I actually have a very small bag that is like of this translucent kind of mesh as well. And I took that one to a concert with me once because it's like it's always a pain to bring bags to a concert, right? Because they have to search them and blah blah blah, and also it's like kind of hard to carry. You can't really concentrate on the music and everything. But this one is like a very small bag on a what is that called? Oh my god, I did not. Why did it suddenly do something? Hold up. Don't just continue. How dare you? Don't just continue without me. Wait, let me try to explain this as soon as I remember the word. on a belt. It's like on a belt. So I wore this under my shirt. I put this belt on where the bag is on. And I put my phone and the card for the concert and the power bank in it. So when we went through security, I just lifted up my shirt and shoved in the bag. And then the woman's like, I have to look inside. I'm just like, it's literally see-through, but sure, there's a power bank in there and my phone. And my concert ticket. And she was like, oh, well, okay, fair. You can go. And to this day, it's been the best thing to bring to a concert because I can just wrap it around my upper body or like through the pant loops as you do with a belt, and then put a big top or like hoodie over it, and I have my hands free, and unless someone gets really fucking comfortable with me, I will most likely not be robbed. It's not even proof that it was taken the day of the murder. What? Listen, let's just trust these people. Let's just trust them at least a little bit, yeah? As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brad's guilt here. There is. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Ow! Oh, wow, okay, Jesus. Don't go dying on me, Ryunosuke. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit the print as evidence at once. I mean, listen, there might be a glass there, but did you see his hand? Certainly, Your Excellency. A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brad's hand back on a chair by the victim's table. Kazuma don't look at him like that. Kazuma's like, really, dude? I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. Like, I mean, hold up. Look at this, right? Look at this. You're telling me that is not suspicious? That? You're telling me that's not suspicious? The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. That's not true. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? Kazuma? Excuse me. Bless you. Thanks. Oh my god.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? It's not. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weaker meet while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew onto your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph your detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Au contraire! Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Hi? Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke. I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Hi! Why is the Y this way around? Wouldn't you normally write... Hold up. The fuck? I just noticed. Wouldn't the Y normally be like the other way around? The fuck? Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, then ruling on the case at this time will be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. See where Phoenix gets his bluffing from? Yeah! You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. Scrutiny. Scrutiny? Scrutiny. What did I just say? Scrutiny. Scrutiny, sorry. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Is this close enough? Is this good? Present. Oh no, that's the wrong button. Here we go. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Dear me, I was wondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also notices when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. Oh, are we sure about that? The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of his mark. However, as Prosecutor Aoichi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Alright. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brad has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Well, you're just going to miss that. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Oh, we will. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. I wouldn't be so sure about that. What's he thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe his burn does have something to do with the case? Absolutely. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Why does music have very strong Who Wants to Be a Millionaire vibes? I don't know. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if you had evidence... Evidence that irrefutable linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. This one, right? No, wait, sorry. This one. It's quite an interesting shape, isn't it? Oh my god, how do I move this thing? It's quite an interesting shape, no? What's this, Counsel? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we might need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. Wait, how? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? This funny little thing here. The beefsteak. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Wait, why are you surprised? This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Leonosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. But even if that is the case, I'm gonna have a drink. Hold on. We can know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well, Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. Fucking sick. but... Right? Like, it's very clearly visible. A burn mark will obviously stay for a few days, but like, if it's this clearly visible, it has to be pretty recent. I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. What the fuck is a centigrade? It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. Celsius. Oh, okay. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're detective, not a waiter! So, he does his job. Even if he's undercover, he's doing a good job. There you have it, something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Aochi, as it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brad knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brad, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency... The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. So about this being a tutorial case, yeah, we've been going for 3 hours already. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Of course she can speak Japanese. Miss Brad, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, Why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh! So you're racist now? And the murderer, I see! But it seems the man in this land possesses none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to allow myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well. You're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We're truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Hi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're good. I see. In that case, Miss Brad, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear your own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Hell yeah.
The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Oh, I will! You don't even have to ask. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh, I will fucking punt you into space. The most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy, does it? I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh my god, I will stuff your mouth full of your stupid fake locks. Choke on it. I liked her more when I couldn't understand it. Now that's a mood. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice. May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. No one. Ace Attorney Codes, we have no other choice but to simp. Amen. A fucking man? Thanks? What? Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brad, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind your counsel that this will be a final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Why would you even study in another country if you hate the guts? That's a very good question. That is a very good question. She's like, oh my god, I hate you guys. And we're just like, okay, good. Good for you? Question mark? I don't get it. Oh, what? What happened to my chat? No! Where did it go? What? I tried to fix one thing, I swear to God. I tried to fix one thing! Ah! I'm so sorry. Give me a second. Ah yes, finally I can study. Oh, new place to colonize just raw. Yes! She is probably from a high-class family, yeah. Okay, there we go. I think I fixed it. She's making me big mad though, by the way. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, the fuck? Like, what is wrong with her? Like, oh. Easy money to get here? Is that what this is about? Probably. She's British and high-class British too. That's what's going on. Yeah. Annoying. I will be ruling around blah 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 blah. Oh wait, I read that. Okay. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh! Excuse me. Unfortunately, I wonder why the ball might go strike. As far as I've heard. Some other way, Of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh. What do you mean? Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh. Are you okay? It doesn't even occur to a naive detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Kill a blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi's finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something what Miss Brad just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. I'm so ready to take out. She's so stop talking. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me? Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her? Inspector Hosonaga? The detective. Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Bratt's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Right, isn't this, like... When did Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright come out? Was this after the first Great Ace Attorney release? Because we had... in Professor Layton vs. Ace Attorney, we had cross-examinations where you had several witnesses at the stand, and when someone said something and someone else reacted, years before that, when someone else reacted, you could talk to them and press them on their stuff and could obviously get more information out of them. Which was funny because there was a case in Professor Layton vs. Ace Attorney where you had like 5 people on the stand. At one point you were just like, boo! Oh, it was 2012, okay. Well, maybe they took it from there, it was good. I found out soon enough, I suppose, once I pressed Miss Brad on her last statement again. the last statement. Let's press on. Hi! Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police do everything for blah blah blah. That is not so. Quite right. Exactly. There it is. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in a stand with Miss Brad as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought.
Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment we're focused on Miss Brad, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with... Ah! You can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. I don't have A, I have X. Kazuma, Ryunosuke has eyes and a head he can move. What are you talking about? If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Okay, so let me move now. There it is. Pursue. Excuse me. Yeah, what the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the courage. What do you mean you can talk to other people? What's the meaning of this? It's a delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can find fault with their testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brad? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. Wait. What do you mean you take everything from the scene of the crime? That's not preserving evidence, that's stealing evidence if you don't tell anyone about it. If you don't tell anyone you're doing it, just because you're a detective doesn't mean it's right. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. This dude's 0 IQ. He's fucking... What the fuck? Take this for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in a bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. This time is coming, I guarantee it. Don't die before that day, please. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brad shared on the day of the murder, it was on the victim's table. Miss Brad. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yeah. Hold up. Can I look at this? Ooh. What does it say on here? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Ew, French. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. How would she know this, but... Anything else? So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in a bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me... No, absolutely not! No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Well, if you want to kill someone without leaving a trace, why don't you just poison them and get rid of the poisoned substance you gave to them, no? Yes, it was our bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his favor. I love him. He's so fucking dumb. You have no idea. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Oh, I will show you. I will show you so hard, ma'am. I will show you so fucking hard. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. I knew it, popping in to say hi. You playing? So hopefully I played enough. Ah, okay. Thank you for coming by anyway. We're getting closer to finishing up the first trial maybe, but... Like, I'm guessing you will probably have caught up by next week. I will be playing this game tomorrow as well, but like, you will probably have caught up by the next time. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? That's why she took the glass with her. To get rid of the evidence. Order! Order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only... That's a typo. Or like, that's a missing word. We're missing a 1. There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Desire bread! It was you! This is outrageous, to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Listen, if some lady comes here and kills her own country, fellow man, that's not our fault. Like, that's her fault. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on a lovely young— Shut up! It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe? The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether they contain poison or not. It's on the glass. It's gotta be on the glass. If it's not on the bottle, it's in the bottle, it's gotta be on the glass. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. Or maybe it's not a poison that we in Japan can find at the time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in a bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Like, she's studying in a medical field. She would know about poisonous substances. Especially the way she said it, that our police force is inferior and we could not be able to find specific stuff. She would know if it's something that Japan cannot find, but she got from Britain, maybe. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Ouch! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I'm going to fucking stuff your mouth. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think a cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Hi, can I don't know her name yet, but can the girl that was with the other professor come in and bring whatever she was told to bring? Because I feel like that's the only thing that can save us now. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter's resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. You're not going anywhere. Mata! See? There she fucking is.
maybe.
Please wait. I'm not... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotova, Assistant to the defense. Mikotova.
A Pikachu, okay. Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu.
This god is a false and has to be saved by kids still in school. Oh yeah. In my darkest hour with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a photoshiki cloth. And now it's an Ace Attorney game.
Yeah.
To be continued. Oh? What do you mean to be continued? We are still in the tutorial, right? This is the tutorial fight. Trial. I'm hungry.
22nd of November, 1:14 p.m.
Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you're the I'm not going to pronounce that word. I give up. Assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! An assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Oh, fuck you! Considering how much I wanted to attack everyone here, might as well be a fight. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. It has not, seeing as the gavel has not come down yet. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Ah, yes. We don't allow women in this court. Classic. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something, written in English. It's Giselle Brad's research. The Englishwoman's. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brad was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Or curare, I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. I will fucking remove you from existence! There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. A report detailing an unknown poisoner Miss Brad has been researching during her time at Yume University. Goodbye then, and good luck. No, you stay here while I check that out. Hold up. Poison made from the bark of certain trees and jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient time to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render a human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients will die of suffocation. Beginning to see what the issues with bringing these games over. Yeah. Move your dick! That seems to be my Oh my god, that's violent. The ingenious move of doing a limited release and then releasing a rule by they were avoiding massive PR disaster. I like her. She's cute. I will save her from all these vile men. We've had long enough, Council. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. You know, Skip, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I will have order in this court. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. Maybe that's just you being fucking racist, bitch. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? This. Mr. Zalbrecht, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Kurare. Ah! That should have been an uppercase. Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What? What complete and utter nonsense? Kurare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Kurare before. What? For one very simple... Why is it always in lowercase when he says it? Before what? For one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Kurare. Why is it in lowercase when they say it? Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What?
What? Order.
Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Kurare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that this is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. He claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Kurare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Phoenix confidently holds paper. Yunosuke, where's that damn page? I know, I just saw it! Hold up! Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Kurare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. Oh, they're going to be like, okay, but how did he get it in if it needs to be, you know, administered? He just got a tooth extracted. He has an open wound in his mouth. He took one fucking sip and he was gone. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Paralysis? Wait, how do you pronounce it? Paralysis? The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous! To an observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of his deadly curare poison. Oh, everyone's silent. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison? No. The glass. This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be thought some men. It is you who must be thought. Oh, of course.
My dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Bread, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brand? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes. I don't see, why not? Ah, yeah, she's going to drink it and be like, oh, I keep saying it's not in the bottle, it's in your glass. That's literally why you took the glass, didn't you? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. I keep saying, it's in the fucking glass. Goodness, whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brad. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in our bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. Oh, you're not going to attend any parties outside of jail anymore. Just give me like 10 more minutes. There has to have been poison in a bottle, doesn't there? Oh, thank you for the iron time. But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. And thank you for the postage check. Ow. Come on, Yonosuke. We have all the clues now. The bottle of water. Wait, what? Kurada doesn't work when you drink it. It has to enter your blood. Yeah. The culprit did put Kurada poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You serious? Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way a bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Pratt drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe the complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert its claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Pratt's own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English! We don't speak English!
We don't speak Americano.
This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. I'm honest, I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Getting major K-on vibes from the statement. Yeah! Right! The characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this Kurada poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of the particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it will make sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurata enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kurata's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Rapscallion! What the fuck is going on with your head? Well, Leonosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So the ill-bred little puppy is a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurata is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers. What? Gastric? Oh my god! Soft as lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? I'm going to fuck you up. Get an open wound, right? Like, this is one of those cases where you sit there like an Ace Attorney. This is the problem I have at some point in every Ace Attorney game, where it's like, either you already know what the problem is and just want to say it, but the game doesn't let you, or when the game is like, oh, you know the game tells you, oh, we know exactly what it is, and you sit there like, no, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Order! I will have order.
The logic holds. If the lady and professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes, so this Kurata poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you would understand something as simple as that. No. Bitch. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Ooh!
Igion!
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurata? This one, right? We don't have anything else. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Kurata only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brad, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also pure real? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vile evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. You fucking bitch. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. Why does he get slapped to the back of the entire thing? I cannot read. Sorry, I cannot read that fast. You know, it's a crime she committed in front of the court. Yeah. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You've neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. So you agree the poison is in the carpet? She is in contempt of court. She's just doing what she wants. That's right, and really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using karate, and then in order to frame the Yonosuke Naruhodo for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. That's all nice and well, but sadly, without evidence, that doesn't work in this court. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes! We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. I had ate the gun. It's a gun sword. What do you mean? We lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. My head. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but but it didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a sman on her head. That's because you're gay. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Yunosuke can only take gay people, not European people. Yeah, Untitled. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off the English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. Let's fucking go! It's been niggling. Niggling? What the fuck? Me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Yeah, I mean, how are they going to make it any more obvious? Inspector Osunaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day? Wait a minute. Where are you going? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. That doesn't make sense. If he was shot the way he was sitting, the blood would not be on the plate. Right? Won't you agree? No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle, Brad. I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accusers apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it, now! Wait, but he took the steak? It's been 3 days since then. Please throw that steak away. Before it grows legs. Inspector. Court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Good luck smashing a metal plate. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. I quickly inspected the blood, man. Show the cord. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's...
Impossible!
I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. I was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can trust what the Japanese tell you. Shut up with your stupid... Couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend the courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Shouldn't there be enough evidence? Yeah, it's not on. Ooh, excuse me! I didn't mean to accidentally punch the microphone. I'm so sorry. The sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Plate of steak, the mere misbread ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. You cannot see it in the photo, that's the problem. Was the plate I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it now, I've lost. Leonosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Okay, I'm gonna look at it. Hold on. Ha! Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoi Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bouillon in bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. Partially molten gold soaked in meat juices. This is extraordinary though. This means... What does that mean? I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoi era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a price. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Leonosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. There is? Because I don't see it. Plates were swabbed. Damn it. Ah. Yeah, that sounds... Yeah, that makes sense. Believe in myself, really. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I did that. As the evidence requested by defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? The bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Oh! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome! Good evening! Hi! Oh my god! Wait, what? Blue! Thank you so much for the raid as well. Hi! Oh my god, welcome raiders! Hi! And thank you for the follows, oh my god! Welcome! Hi! Oh my god! Double raid at the same second? What's going on? Wait, what? Wait, let me give you two a shout out. One for you, and one for Blue. What's going on? You were playing Genshin? Oh, wait. I went... I don't know how to type. You streamed together. Ah, that's why. You were both playing Genshin Impact? That's cool. Thank you so much. What were you doing in Genshin? The new stuff that came out? Like the new storyline? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome. We're like getting very close to the end of the first trial, which I thought was just a tutorial, but it's getting pretty long in Great Ace Attorney. Also, hi, I'm newer. And you redeemed Pikachu, that's right, hold on. A Pikachu redeem.
Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu.
I'm newer. I play visual novels and RPGs mostly. I like pink very much, as you can hopefully see. I hope you're all having a great day tonight. So just a heads up, if you don't want to get spoiled for this game, this is very close to the end of the first trial. So, you know. Oh, hi, oh my god. Thank you so much for coming. We are trying to find out how this funny steak is going to give us a clue to find the real murderer in this case. And it definitely... It does have another clue. Snack. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of the beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that revealed a shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. Oh, don't worry, we will be done soon. I'm sorry, Miss Pratt, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Dun dun dun! Oh, we get the same text again. What is it? Wait, we saw this. Yeah, we found a funny coin under there. I wonder why they gave us a text again if we literally just looked at it. Hope you're well today too. I am! I've been looking forward to this game for so long. I'm so happy I finally get to play it because while it came out earlier this week. And I saw everyone start to play and like, no! I don't want to get spoiled! No! I have to play it! I hope you're good though. I hope you had some fun with Genshin. Scott sprinkles are getting more and more ridiculous. Yeah, this is way more than just a sprinkle. I'm not... No, okay. Kuban coin. Ding ding! I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. Wait, we saw this. Oh, wait, I have to... I'm so sorry. I have to present it, right? That's why. Good gracious, that's... Kuban? What on earth? A Hoi error one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? Ridiculous question, how should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant? A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of destruction. Yeah, right. Oh, I am busy making steak for my customers in a very high-class restaurant. I simply have a koban from the Hawaii area lying around. In the kitchen? Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hawaii koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hawaii koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. You don't even have the job yet? By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Shut up. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is Kyuryo Correcta. The owner of Raste. Though I don't understand what Raste is a joke for, but Kyuryo Correcta, obviously. I mean, you can hear it if you say it out loud, but like Raste? I don't know. Oh, she's 24. Susato's only 16? She's a baby. She's a baby. Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Raste, Kyuryo Correcta-san. Curie as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. Gosh, she's racist? Yeah, she's horrible. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hawaii era koban, my prized coin. Then this Hawaii era koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please, why would Correcta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Correcta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer! Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. The witness stand is going to be too small for 4 people. Can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we find that it's a key element in the case. How is this still the tutorial case? I swear to God, we've been at this for over 4 hours. What's this all about? Why have we been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Aido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. Why does he have the knife again? Who gave him back the knife? How is he in court with a knife? And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. sun has set on this Dasate shop's owner's existence. Be that as it may, Corrector-san, someone has come to light that requires your clarification. Something, sorry. As far as your Raste memory serves... Raste! Rusty! Rusty! It's because he's an antique shop owner! Rusty!
I'm a fucking dumbass!
2 days later we have 6 more witnesses. Yeah! That's it! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous hoary treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be... as I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwich between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my hoary treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Corrector-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel that stole Corrector-san's Koban and hid it under the steak?
Yes, sir. No, sir. Da, 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 da.
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yes Sir, No Sir. What? How dare you monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Aido. Aido's the mastermind behind all this. You're blaming your... toddler? You will push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nossa. What the fuck? Whoa, what? Are you Ratatouille? What the? What? Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yesanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. What? Are they really trying to tell me that the baby is controlling him? What? Do any of you know, Of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in peace. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy jumping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Wait, so you're telling me he steals to get, you know, money to put a hot meal on the table for his son, but when he goes to that high-class restaurant to scout out potential targets, he also eats there? Thus spending money on very expensive food again? No, he steals steaks that are left over? Ah. And your target that day was the old man in his cabana? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable fan of leaf you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. The entire fucking courtroom is just dead silent. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett. Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Fucking simp. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, your excellencies. See. Indeed. The theft of the cabana was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin on a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... Oof! And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Oh, I do. Because we still haven't found out why we suddenly have this plate in front of us and not the plate with the blood on it. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. His face in this one is so fucking funny. He's like, huh? All this and we still don't know if there really was any blood on the plate. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Mata! Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Pratt's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? A mistake. Because this steak is has definitely not been cut with a knife. Which means this is the wrong plate. The steak that Miss Pratt had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. No, I'm not. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh, she says, ah, in cursive. Ah. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, that's a new one. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha, Kazuma. Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Yunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? I know. Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. Thank you so much for the follow, welcome! Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you're good. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything. Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. Shut the fuck up. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Hello! Welcome! Actually, that's such a cute emote. Who is that? OGVT hat. Oh, that's so cute! Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you have it. No, I don't have it. But there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I haven't? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy jumping my way through a good stake. And as well as admitting to stealing Korekuta's son's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the stake. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Teen-san! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. That would be a very interesting request to make of someone. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites of it out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Oh, you're not that important, Jesus Christ. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slap of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I'd seized my chance. And you switched the plates. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have... I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swore on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir. Oh, you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Early in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the case. Oh, it's not about the meat, it's about the blood on the plate. No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pen promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Things he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Bragg. On the side of the plate that was on a table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brad. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Dun dun dun! Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing a table with his back to me. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're good. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Yeah. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Mr. Zylbrad. It's you. What? What happened? What? Outdone by Japanese? Me? By Japanese schoolboy? No. 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 Ma'am? Is that thing... Wait, what? What? Hello? Hello? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brad, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using kurare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because kurare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose? Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chest such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. Is that even legal? Is he legally allowed to carry a gun in Japan? I had a bottle of Kurane in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Of course! See? That's what I said! Under your skirt. So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. You killed a guy in cold blood. You poisoned him. He died a horrible death. It's a little more than just a misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder... might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. No, ma'am, you're going to jail. You killed a guy! Hello? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Taketsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with the age council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Kazuma, please don't draw your katana in court, please. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Don't, what? 1,000 millennia may pass and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Why is no one saying anything that he just took a katana in court? This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. I still don't know how to pronounce that word. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. Yeah, they never said anything about Francisca either, I know, but it's so weird. I feel sure that the science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. What mission? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. Good thing Ryonosuke dodged the swings. Yeah! As for you, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes! In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential? I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Hot! Milky!
Woo! Woo! Yay!
I mean, yeah, it's the same how Phoenix is originally called Naruhodo. The skirt is now adjourned.
Boom!
We did it!
Woo!
22nd of November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Still. Or once again, I guess. Can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryonosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yuma University Street? Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Oh, sorry, I thought it was her father again. That voice did not fit. Trustee Judicial Assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know? Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university to investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotova, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Judical. I don't know how to pronounce it. Speaking of Mikotova. Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed a true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yuma University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotova studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great... Ooh! Forensic? Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides... It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. I think it's going to show you the nearest police station. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. Yeah, she's not. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga! It was a hard-fought battle in a courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? No one. A British consular court will hear a case somewhere far away where our voices can be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Ms. Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her? I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Leonosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Aren't you you're Detective Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. Wait. Okay, thanks. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Leonosuke. I just want to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made a difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Dionosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Trust in their client. Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryonosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that too. It's like you're going to travel across half the world. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotova. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. End! Woo! End of the first case! After 5 hours! Holy fuck! Jesus Christ. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Thank you so much for the pets. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But we are going to we are going to return to the title screen because holy fuck. What can I see in the special contents? Gallery. Portrays? Oh! Oh! Oh my god, no, that's spoilers! Spoilers! He has different outfits. No, that's spoilers! Spoilers! Wait. What's this? Alternative outfits. Oh no, that's also spoilers. Okay, wait, I will not look at that. No! Thank you for the hydrate time. Oh my god. That was long. That was real long. Like, I'm sorry. Normally the trial case is like to get you used to the options you have, but this one felt like they already expect everyone to be familiar with Ace Attorney anyway. So everyone knows how it works, right? And then they still made it super long. He's stuck in a car not being able to scream at the defense attorney. That was horrifyingly long, I swear. Holy shit, okay. Whew. But hey, I knew what I would be going for with this game. I knew what I'd be. Mechanic idea: you scream the MC's name really loudly and just skips that section. Actually, you know what there is? Hold up. There in the options. There's this thing that I saw. There's this story mode. Turn this on to enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answers to questions, presentation of evidence, etc. are all handled on your behalf. Which makes it so you can literally just sit down and let it play like one very long movie. Which also sounds like a pretty good idea. Like, honestly, it doesn't sound that bad. It's just you can miss out on stuff, I guess. Like funny talks that are not necessary to get further in the game or something. But we're going to be using our little gray cells. But I think it's really nice. It's nice that they made it. Oh, why does it stop playing the music? Oh, if I tap out, it starts playing the music. That's why. It's really nice. I'm glad we're going in this with this game. Tomorrow we're going to continue with the second case. Same time as always. I don't know if I'll be able to finish the second case also in one stream. Like, if the first case takes 5 hours, I don't want to know how long the others are going to be. But we're going to try. We have time. I'm going to play these games a lot. Now though, who will I send you guys to? We obviously should rate someone. Lots of people are live. The question is just, who do I send you guys to? Oh, I know where we're going. We haven't seen Hina in a long time. The second case will probably also be around 5 hours. Oh, really? If it is, then I'll try to make it in one go as well. Hopefully tomorrow I will be... Because we get... family is coming over tomorrow again, but I will be able to stream. I don't think they're going to stay that long. Tomorrow we're going to play this game again, and I will now be nicer to my throat and stop talking. Because I can feel it. Like, I talk a lot in a day, but I can feel it right now. I think enough. I think I need to shut up. No more pain voice. No more pain voice. Also, no Uvo voice tonight. I'm so sorry. Like, enough. But for now, let me give you guys... Wait, let's start the raid here. And let me give you guys a raid message. Once again, also thank you so much to everyone who came from the raids. From Blue and Blue's partner. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I stream every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I should maybe make something where I can immediately link my Twitter. I realize I don't have that. But yeah, thank you so much for coming tonight. I hope you enjoyed this game as much as I do, and I hope you will stay to see more of it. I will switch to our ending song now, and I will see you all soon. Good night, and bye bye.